don't see that.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can make it a little better. Let's continue down on that picture, if there is any more of that picture. Is that it? Okay. Let's go, if you don't mind, to Mr. Williams, number 118. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. Oh, I gave the wrong. Hold on, I think I gave the wrong. Should be Mr. Williams 1. I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize to the jury too. It's 141. All right, sir. If that may be published. Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Sir, you see, and this is Mr. Williams number 141, and it's a. Well, before you do that, Mr. Kokomo, just give me 1 second. If you zoom out, this is this similar. It has a little different angle, but this is a similar picture as you were just helping us to focus on Mr. Williams number 144. Correct?
With the fence.
One more time.
The fence.
Yeah, the fence. No, yes, the scene, but yes, we're going to focus on the fence.
I see the picture.
Okay, so if Mr. Kokomo can zoom in on Mr. Williams number 141, and we're just going to try to continue where we were with my questions about the fence and barbed wire. Continue. And do you see now the building behind that with that same, with the tree, and you see do you see what I would call barbed wire? Do you see that? The top of the fence?
Yeah, I see the picture.
Okay, and if Mr. Kokomo can continue as far as it can. Is that the end of the photo? Okay, all right. You would agree with me that from what we've seen so far in Mr. Williams number 141 and 144, that entire fence, after the fence ends, has additional extenders with barbed wire, at least 3 rows. Is that fair to say?
You showed me a picture with a fence with barbed wire.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Williams number 118 with Mr. Kokomo's permission. Now, do you recognize that this is the house that you ran over while driving the 2004 maroon or burgundy Nissan Altima and crashed through that yard, ran over tricycles and children's bicycles, hit the porch area, crashed through the fence, and then careened over that wall over a police car to slam into the laundromat? Do you recognize that area? That's in Mr. Williams number 118.
I see the picture, but I don't recall with all that extra stuff you just said.
All right, well, I'd like to focus you, and you help focus the jury on, again, the continuation of the fence, okay? Now, you see the fence there in Mr. Williams number 118?
I see the picture.
All right, and you see the wall, which is below the fence, or I call it a retaining wall, but do you see that?
I see the picture.
And you see the police car, the roof of the police car with the door open on the driver's side in this picture, closer to the wall and the house. You see that house in background?
I see the picture.
All right. And the fence, do you remember crashing through that fence, hitting trees and bushes after striking the children's bicycles and doing that damage to that fence? Do you remember that?
I just told you I don't remember.
One more time.
I just told you I don't remember.
You do remember?
I just told you that I didn't remember.
Did not. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's use Mr. Williams number 118 just as a continuation. If Mr. Kokomo can, you see how the fence is down on the picture of Mr. Williams number 118? You see how, or part of the fence, I shouldn't say the whole thing. You see how part of it's down on the ground, laying down?
I see the picture.
Do you see right there that that's barbed wire or razor wire at the top of the fence that's laying on the ground?
I see the picture.
All right. And then do you see going to the right with Mr. Kokomo's help after that bush that's down or maybe a tree? Do you see more razor wire right there or barbed wire?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the characterization of that fence as razor wire versus barbed wire. So form the question.
I stand the question.
Okay. Do you recognize that as being barbed wire?
I see the picture.
Okay. And then continuing on Mr. Williams, number 118. Do you see where Mr. Kokomo's using the hand? Do you see there are levels of barbed wire on top of the, extends from the fence? Do you see that?
I see the picture.
All right. Now, and thank you, Mr. Kokomo. I want to ask you a couple of questions. When you say on a recorded jail call, as well as to Detective Quinn, so a recorded jail call before September 17, 2013, as well as on September 17, 2013 to Detective Quinn, that you followed Thug, he jumped the wall.
I don't remember.
These walls, you also say later that you jumped a fence, they all have razor wire.
Objection again, that is not facts that are in evidence. You
I
did
stand
not say that
objection.
was razor wire.
I stand the objection.
They all have barbed wire. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury how Jeffrey Williams, with you following, jumped over
Your Honor, and I'm
a
going to
fence
object
with
as
razor
to
wire?
facts not in evidence. He said I should have followed.
I sustain the objection.
Can you explain how any person, since you're observing it allegedly, is climbing those type of walls or fences that are lined at the top with razor wire? Can you
Objection,
explain
Your
it?
Honor. I think Mr. Steele is intentionally saying razor wire.
I
knowing
sustain the objection, Mr. Steele.
Barbed wire.
That is not what it is.
Barbed wire, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
I don't remember.
Now, if Mr. Kokomo can just help me one more time with Mr. Williams, number 118, you just looked at it, sir. Now, on Mr. Williams, number 118, that's in front of you. If a person was going to climb the wall where the fence is down, where you ran through that
Objection,
fence,
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I stand the question.
if,
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking him a question.
Still, if invites speculation, so rephrase it.
Can you explain to the jury how a person on September 11, 2013 would run towards the police car to climb that wall where the fence is down with the police right there?
Judge, I'm going to object as to the form.
I stand the question.
Are you telling the jury that you see someone, Mr. Williams, running and climbing the wall where the barbed wire is down, right where the police are? Are you telling the jury that?
He didn't tell.
I sustain the question.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Objection, Your Honor, he just said he doesn't
I
know.
sustain the question. Mr. Steele, let's move on.
All right. You said to Detective Quinn that Jeffrey Williams was in the rear passenger seat of this 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle. Remember hearing that?
I don't recall.
You said that, you call him DK, I call him Mr. Murphy, but regardless, same person, I believe, or DK will call him, was sitting in the rear driver's side behind you in that 2004 Nissan Altima, true?
I don't remember.
You told Detective Quinn on the recording that we heard that Fred Prothro was in the front passenger seat of that 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle, right? You heard that?
He played it, but I still don't remember.
And you told Detective Quinn that you were the driver on that day at that time of September 11, 2013 of the 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle, right? You
I
heard
don't
that?
remember.
Would you agree with me, if you remember, that you observed Jeffrey Williams' height in approximately September of 2013? Would you know it to be about 6'3" tall or thereabouts?
I don't remember.
How, if I may ask, how tall are you in 2013, September?
I don't remember.
Are you currently, do you know your current height by any chance?
I don't think I've grown much.
One more time.
I don't think I've got taller, any taller.
Okay, how tall?
Stopped my growth a long time ago.
Okay, how tall are you now?
I don't know.
Are you 6 foot tall?
I know I ain't 6 feet.
You're less than 6 feet or greater?
I don't know how tall I am. You have to put out the measuring tape for me to stand beside it. So I don't know. I ain't been to the doctor, and I don't know to see how to get my height. I don't know my height.
Okay. Are you less than 5 feet 10 inches tall?
I don't know my height.
Now, have you ever been in a Altima vehicle, whatever year, besides September 11, 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
Are you familiar with the size of the occupant compartment area of a 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle?
No, sir.
A man who is 6'8" tall, 350 plus pounds, sitting in the front passenger seat. How much room, if you observed, was there when Mr. Prothro occupied that seat according to what you told Detective Quinn on the recording we just heard?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
You have Mr. Prothro at 6'8", 300 plus pounds, 350 plus pounds, next to you in the front passenger seat, and you put a 6'3" skinny man behind him. You realize that? Do you realize that?
I don't remember.
In addition, you have another person in that back seat, DK or Mr. Murphy, right? That's what you tell Detective Quinn on the recording we heard, right?
I don't remember.
I'd like to ask Mr. Kokomo to share with us and you to take a peek at Mr. Williams number 155. Now, do you recognize this as the vehicle that you were driving on September 11, 2013? And if you don't, I could get another picture to give you better orientation, which is just say what you need.
I don't remember.
Do you? Okay.
I see a picture.
All right. Your Honor, may I just approach for a minute to get another
You may,
photograph?
sir.
Can I look at Mr. Williams exhibits for this?
I have toes today, fingers tomorrow. Goat yoga on.
First, the Honorable Court.
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo, oh, Your Honor, may, it's already in evidence, may Mr. Kokomo present on the screen Mr. Williams number 105, if that's okay with the Honorable Court.
It's already been amended.
Yes, sir.
All right, then he may display defendant Williams 105.
Mr. Bean, this is just going to, for orientation, if this helps you. Okay. Mr. Bean, do you see the smashed car that you were driving on September 11, 2013 in Mr. Williams number 105? The 2004 Nissan Altimobile.
Again, I see a picture. I don't remember.
And if, just because we're going to go back to the other picture, if Mr. Kokomo can get closer to the broken glass in the rear passenger area. Can you see that, Sir, can you see that broken glass in that picture?
I see the picture.
All right, now I'd like to go back to, just for orientation now, Mr. Williams number 155, with the court's permission. Okay, does this orient you better to the photograph that is now displayed by the Honorable Mr. Kokomo at Mr. Williams number 155? Do you see that as a close-up to what you just observed in Mr. Williams exhibit number 105? You see that?
I see a picture.
Okay, and then going through the, and you know, or do you know, that that glass was broken by Officer Roberson L. firing his weapon to try to prevent you from killing him and others?
Your objection as to the form of the question.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I don't remember.
And if there was a human being who is 6'3" tall, as you said,
Calls for speculation, sir.
all right, since you put Mr. Williams in that passenger rear seat at the time of leaving that apartment complex, when the bullets are going into that rear passenger window by the police, can you explain to the jury how Mr. Williams was not shot?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I
speculation.
sustain the objection.
Can you explain how the bullets missed the person that you put in that seat?
Still speculation. I sustain the
I'm
objection.
asking if you know.
That calls for
Still speculation, sir. Move on.
Multiple, you told Detective Quinn that multiple shots came into that car, right?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe that calls for facts that are
said it on the recording that's in evidence.
Multiple went off in the car,
That is true.
That's,
not multiple.
But not
that-
what you just said, Mr. Steele.
I'll point the court to it. That's not, Ms. Love is not correct.
Just rephrase the question and move on, Mr. Steele.
You know that police had multiple shots going into that car, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can answer that.
I don't remember, bro.
Can you explain how if Jeffrey Williams is sitting behind someone
You
who's
Objection,
called for
Your Honor.
speculation again, Mr. Steele. It's number 5. Move on.
Look at Mr. Williams, number 155. Do you see the top of the toolbox in the picture on the seat? I'm talking about the rear seat.
I see a picture.
And you see the color, what I'm referring to is a black item in color, and it has like, in the corners, it has two slightly outward boxes. Do you see what I'm referring to?
I see the picture.
All right. Now, with Mr. Kokomo's permission, if he can display, Your Honor, Mr. Williams, number 157.
All right, go ahead.
Now, this is the back seat of the vehicle that you put 2 human beings in on September 11th, 2013. Do you see that?
I see a picture.
And this is what I call a toolbox. It's called the UNT2. You see that? GZ maybe, I think it's 2.
I see a picture.
Okay. And then there are items next to what I'm calling a toolbox, to the behind the driver's seat on the seat. Do you see that? The real seat? You see what I'm referring to?
I see a picture.
Okay. Now, that toolbox, you didn't take it from outside the car and put it in the back seat as you were running from the police to get away after crashing the car into the side of the laundromat, did you?
I don't remember.
You didn't see Fred Prothrow take that toolbox from outside the car and put it on the back seat and throw its contents around, did you?
I don't remember.
You didn't see Mr. Walter Murphy, also known as DK, take the toolbox from outside the car after you crashed the car into that laundromat and put it in the back seat and throw its contents around, did you?
I don't remember.
In fact, you told Detective Quinn, and the jurors just heard it again, that Mr. Murphy, or DK, he couldn't even move, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Explain to the jury how you put Mr. Murphy in that back seat, Jeffrey Williams in that back seat, and that item right there in the back seat.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because there's no testimony or
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Where was the toolbox when you lent or borrowed the car from your friend on September 11th, 2013? As in that car, where was it?
I don't remember.
Well, it wasn't in the front seat, was it? You weren't sitting on top of it while driving the car, right?
You tell me.
I can't tell you, sir.
You showing there all the pictures, and I don't know. I don't remember.
It wasn't in the front seat with Mr. Prothrow, was it?
I don't remember.
It wasn't in the trunk and somehow comes in through that small broken window on the passenger rear, right?
I don't remember.
It was in the back seat where you're now putting not only a 6'3" person, not only Mr. Murphy or DK, now you have these contents, right?
I don't remember.
And when the car is careening and flying, that, what I'm calling toolbox, presumably moves, right? It gets thrown about, right?
I don't know, you tell me.
And that's logical if you believe it. But that's how contents of that toolbox get on the unoccupied area of behind you in that car, right?
I don't remember.
All right.
That's a speculation, Mr. Steele, but move on, okay?
All right. How much room was there between the front passenger seat that Mr. Prothro was sitting in and the rear seat where you put Jeffrey Williams sitting?
One more time.
How much room was there between the front passenger seat where you put Mr. Prothro sitting and the rear passenger seat where you put Mr. Williams sitting on September 11, 2013 in this car that we're looking at?
I don't remember.
I'd like to show you what's already in evidence. Mr. Williams, number 160, if I may. Do you see that and recognize that as the front passenger seat where you put 6'8" 300+ pound Mr. Prothro on September 11, 2013?
You said, do I see something or what
Yeah.
you said?
Do you see that?
I see a picture.
Okay. And is that the area I'm asking you about where you put Mr. Frederick Prothro sitting, the 6'8", more than 350 pound, in that seat on September 11, 2013? That's the seat that you put him in, right?
I don't recall, sir.
And do you see, if Mr. Kokomo would be good enough to make it a little smaller, the picture a little smaller, Mr. Williams, number 160? Do you see on the bottom of the seat, all the way to the right, do you see the screw protruding, or excuse me, that's a fair word, the screw and the metal part that is on where the seat can be moved up or back? Do you see that visible in this picture?
I see a picture.
All right. And do you recognize that as that seat is pushed back all the way as far as it can go, if you know?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation and facts that are not in evidence.
Do you know whether that seat is pushed all the way back?
I don't know.
Now, you also, have you ridden in a car with Fred Prothro anytime other than September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
In Mr. Williams, number 160, do you see there's a firearm, a handgun, on the floorboard on the front passenger side?
I see the picture.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to also display Mr. Williams, number 162. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. Do you see Mr. Williams, number 162 on the screen?
I see the picture.
And do you recognize that as the driver's side rear floorboard area of the 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle?
I see a picture.
And do you see what appears to be, and they have placards, it's called, but it says the number 4 and 5, but the items I'm asking about, do you see 2 potential firearms or handguns? You see that?
I see the picture.
Okay. And if 3 handguns are accumulated or found by the police, and you and Mr. Murphy and Mr. Prothro were in the car. That would be 3 guns for 3 people, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to characterization of the evidence.
I sustain the objection.
3 guns are found in the car. Do you realize that?
I don't remember.
When you were hit by the police car and arrested, you didn't have a firearm on you, right?
I don't remember.
You weren't charged with actually having a firearm on your person, were you?
I don't remember.
You see that hat right there in Mr. Williams number 162? Or do you recognize that as a hat?
I see a picture.
Is that your hat?
I don't remember. I don't know who had it in.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Quinn interested in finding out from you whether anyone in the vehicle with you fired any gunshots while you were fleeing from the police? Do you remember those questions being asked of you?
I don't remember, sir.
Can you, Mr. Kokomo, can you release it for the district, for Madam District Attorney Present? Your Honor. Your Honor, this is states in the exhibit number 157 with the court's permission. What did I say?
157.
I apologize.
So 136, it may be shown. 176, it can be shown.
And at 1:1739, it should be.
I didn't mean to touch it, but the good thing.
Shots that you hear in the car when it's crashing, shot in the press. I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I
He shot in the
mean,
back. I thought it said
he shot in the back. He
I
shot.
thought Fred shot in the back.
I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying, did Thug?
I can't say Thug or DK.
How many shots did you hear in the car when it's crashing over the wall? How many shots did you hear in the car? In the car, because the police ain't near y'all. You gotta wait.
No, I'm saying I heard one shot. I heard one shot. But I can't say it was a shot because it was
A lot of
it was
confusion.
a crash.
All right.
I can't say this person, that person shot him or who shot him. All I can say is I heard a loud noise, but all of it was going off with the impact of the crash to the wall. So I can't say.
All right.
I know DK couldn't have shot him because he more worried about, you feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He more worried about his shit, his situation. He act like
He had a stack on him. On everything.
Your Honor, it's 1:1828 stop. Sir, do you hear Detective Quinn inquiring of you whether you heard any shots inside the vehicle as you were driving the car and fleeing from law enforcement? Do you remember that? Or did you hear that?
I still don't remember. I heard you playing stuff. I still don't remember.
And you told him, I don't know if anyone fired a weapon inside the car. There was a crash. There was a lot of noise. I'm not saying I'm quoting you, but that's what you. Well, is that what you said? Is that what you heard? on the recording.
He played stuff, but I still don't remember, sir.
Did you take with you when you fled from the police any shell casing from inside that car? Do you know what a shell, well, let me start here. Do you know what a shell casing is in relation to firing a semi-automatic weapon?
Did I grab some shell casing?
One more time.
Did I grab some shell casing? I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that that would be an odd thing to do?
Why would I grab some shell casing?
Exactly. All right. If you can help me, Madam President, 12011. This is
I love
again,
them, they
Your
know.
Honor, Your Honor, all these are going to be the same exhibit, 176 state.
Why did the police give a command? Sure. When he went up to can shot, was Thug using your car or another black Camry?
Thug got a black, Challenger,
He got his own car?
not a black Challenger.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, a police officer that did the shoot. When did you first see the uniformed police officer that fired the gun? Did you see it?
I don't remember police.
Did you ever hear the police give a command? Did you see a police officer? Because they say they saw the cop.
I ain't.
Did you knowingly ram the cop's vehicle trying to leave? Did you know you hit it?
No.
You did not know you hit the cop vehicle. The cop bumped you.
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say they tried to block you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I mean, I'm just asking.
Stopped at 1:20:52. You are now approximately an hour and 20 minutes with this detective, and you still are telling him that the police car bumped you. Do you see that? You hear that?
I hear you playing stuff, but I still don't remember.
And that is because it benefits you to put other actions on other people, in this case, the police. You realize that?
Your Honor, I would like to object as to the informant question, asking if he realizes something as soon as they're not.
I'll sustain the objection.
Why did you tell Detective Quinn that the police officer struck your car? Or the car you were driving on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you see a pattern that you do? You put other people
Your Honor, I
into
want to
situations that
object
they
to
don't do.
I sustain the objection. Mr. Steele, come on.
If you can help me with, you're on 1:25:20, that's wrong, 1:25 even. 1:25:00, word.
Yeah, it probably is.
And why didn't you stop? Did you know there were police
1:25:00.
in a different situation? What life's all about. I hate to call
Testify, can't do none of that, man. You pretty much.
they don't care about a whole lot, and it really bothers
Give
me.
you, man. I just want to give you my story. I know I bullshit around with my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around with the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything.
This sounds like the
Told on September 17, 2013, I feel you, man. I just wanted to give you my story. I know I bullshitted around with my family a lot. I bullshitted around with your story a lot. I just wanted to make sure I told you pretty much everything that. Did you hear that?
I heard you playing something. I still don't remember, sir.
Explain to the jury why you would bullshit your family on a recorded line.
I don't recall, sir.
Like everything else, you did it to benefit yourself, right?
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may I have first reading?
You may.
With a member of the.
Sure. Your Honor, may I?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind continuing to do my,
Really cleared something up for me, the thug, and I gotta go out here and find a picture of this joker.
if you can go to 2:02. 2:0200 or around there. Thank you, sir.
Full uniform,
Yeah.
I want degree, robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is. Well, look, if you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. If you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree,
No, shit, no.
you
Can't call, I can't talk to
I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but thing of it is,
Mr. Bean, did you hear there that you asked Detective Quinn if you can speak with your wife on the way back, or he said on the way back to jail? Did you hear that?
I hear y'all playing something, but I still don't remember.
And you know from prior experiences that when you're with detectives, you can speak with someone, if they let you, on a non-recorded line, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not speculation, that's if he does it. Except for the fact that Detective Quinn is recording you a call with your wife, nobody would know what was said. You realize that? While you're in custody.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
That's not speculation. All right. Your Honor, it stopped at 2:02:11. If you could just continue.
this is an investigation where I gotta understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were gonna run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't even nowhere near a police officer. So
Okay.
I ain't seen a police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would stop.
Stop it.
You sure?
That's at 2:02:31. Did you hear denying again, Mr. Bean, that you did not see any police officers to Detective Quinn on this recording that's being played?
I hear y'all playing something, but I still don't remember.
And do you remember telling Detective Quinn that you personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped? You see that? You hear that?
I don't remember any call I had with Detective Quinn in 2013, sir.
And that was not truthful, was it?
Objection made.
That was not a truthful statement that you made to Detective Quinn, that you weren't anywhere near police officers and you ain't seen no police officers, and you personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped. That's not true, right?
I don't remember.
And this is now 2 hours and 2 minutes into the interrogation with Detective Quinn. You realize that?
I don't remember.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, it stopped at 2:02:31. Just please continue if you don't mind.
Yeah, I would stop.
I mean,
If I'd have seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would have actually stopped.
so who did you think it was blocking?
I don't
Who did you think it was blocking you in?
trouble or none of that. You feel what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in with the
I'm
car?
thinking it's folks that DK. You feel what I'm saying? Exactly. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't
Oh, you thought it was the people he was robbing?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We getting cornered off here. Cause see, I ain't know nothing about it.
Okay, so you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't seen them. I seen blue suit.
And that stopped at 2:03:09. Here you were saying, or did you hear you speaking, I didn't know nothing about it. You were not involved in that robbery. That's what you're saying at 2:03, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. You realize that?
I don't recall.
2 hours, sorry, 2 hours into this. You're still saying you didn't know it was a robbery, right?
I want to object as to his characterization of the evidence.
That's what, you took a car. Why did you back that car into the spot? The 2004 Nissan Altima.
I don't recall, sir.
All right, 2:03:09, if you could continue.
Shit, I'm stopping.
Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses from the park,
Just like I
the
said,
ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out the car.
yeah, I don't know what they seen.
Okay.
You
You didn't see him.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Who's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again with the tape, I'm not gonna bring it back out. It's gonna be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out the car and hopped out the car, started busting. 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is, you do too.
Well, they backed up in no time.
Listen to me, you already told me the car backed up, the Taurus. It came,
Put it in front.
well, when,
It's 2:04:03, Your Honor. Stop. Mr. B, you knew in 2013 and today, in a certain context, calling that they're 12, that means police, right?
I don't recall, sir.
If you can help me with 2:07:20.
whatever I'm saying, you get on those phones. So free. I mean, I understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's check my wife, check what's going on.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make sure it was up, you know what I mean?
But maybe we need to get her involved in anything
It's
else.
gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife, that, okay, everything you said, that's what
Well,
I said.
I'm also, it's the brother that, but what I'm saying that,
Stopped at 2:08:02. Mr. Bean, did you hear Detective Quinn ask you, why are y'all talking these phones so free? I mean, I don't understand that. And your response was, I mean, it's really nothing to me to tell my wife what's going on. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that.
Okay, can you go back to 2:07:21 or 20?
I'm like, damn, this
got on those phones. Telling him the story to make that. You know, Ain't no rush.
Cause like I said, I don't want no robbery, man. I want to get everybody in the clear. You know, but like you say, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I gotta, you know what I mean, be accessory to whatever the fuck these niggas done did, so. It is what it is, man. I just like to know than not to know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to you, really. I mean, it's just take my wife, go check the lights going on, you know?
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
We stopped at 2:07:41. Did you hear, was that better? Detective Quinn asked you, why do you guys talk like that on these jail phones? You all know we listening. And then again saying, why do you all talk like that on these phones so free? I mean, I don't understand. And you said, I mean, it's really nothing to me to tell my wife what's going on. Did you hear that?
I hear y'all playing something, I still don't remember.
But you don't really tell her what's going on. You tell her, from what you said, you tell her bullshit, you tell her lies, shenanigans. Right? You heard that?
I still don't remember, sir.
All right. It stopped at 2:07:41. If you could continue right there.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make stories up, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe we need to get her involved in anything
It's
else.
gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a lot of little shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife that, okay, everything you said.
Well, I'm also, it's the brother that don't add in what I'm saying.
2:08:06. Okay. Mr. Bean, did you hear several different comments, but at the end you said to Detective Quinn, you can't take everything I say towards my wife, everything you said. You hear that?
Shit, play it again.
Okay. It was at 2. The whole thing starts at
I'm like, damn, this is Pope.
2:07, about 15.
Get on those phones.
I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I gotta, you know what I mean, be accessory to whatever the fuck these niggas done did, so. It is what it is, man. I just like to know than to not to know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to you, really. I mean, it's just take my wife, go check the lights going on, you know?
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make.
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make stories up. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe we need to get her involved in anything
It's
else.
gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a lot of little shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife that, okay, everything you said. That's what
Well,
I said.
I'm also, it's the brother that don't add in what I'm saying.
2:08:05 stop. Okay. Mr. Bean, you used as a positive the fact that the police and the district attorney's office listened to jail calls.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization in form of the question and narration.
I stand.
Mr. Bean, you lied about Jeffrey Williams on these, or Thug, or Young Thug on these jail calls because you knew the police were listening.
Objection, Your
Right?
Honor, to compound question.
I stand the questions. I stand the questions.
When speaking on these jail calls, you heard, let me start here. You heard Detective Quinn on State's Exhibit 176 say to you and ask you, why do you guys talk like that on the jail phones? Y'all know we listening, right?
You played something, but I still don't remember, sir.
And you all know we listening, we being the authorities. You knew that in September 2013, right?
I don't remember, sir.
And you used that to your benefit, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the same question.
You wanted to weave a story and put Jeffrey Williams, young thug, into trouble like you did with the police struck your car, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Like you didn't almost kill
Objection. Your Honor.
Robinson L., Officer Robinson L.
Any objection?
Like you didn't almost run over.
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
sustain the objection.
You denied
Move
run.
along.
I'm sorry.
Move along.
One more time.
Move along. It's already been asked and answered several times already. Let's move along.
Do you see that you just separate yourself and insert other innocent
Objection, Your Honor,
persons?
to the narration and to
I
the
sustain the question.
If you can go, if you don't mind, to 20855. Or 50, something else.
What you feel you?
Me, you know what I mean? This is what.
All right, Fish, hope with that shift change, because you know it gets crazy over there at the jail at that place now. All right, Fish, hold it tight, man.
You know what I mean? I bullshit with them on some parts of it. You know what I mean? I ain't come bullshit with you, you know what I mean? You know, some of the shit, you know, like I say, the lean and all that, you know, all that shit was true, but we did go on a whole other mission to these guys, you know what I mean? So,
Y'all gotta stop going on these missions.
you know what I mean?
Y'all gotta stop going on all these missions.
Stopped at 20923. Did you hear that part to orient you are now leaving homicide? You hear the handcuffs or the leg chains in the background. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I planned stuff, but I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember hearing just now your voice telling Detective Quinn, you know what I'm saying? I bullshit with them on some parts of it. You know what I mean? I ain't come to bullshit with you today. You know what I mean? Did you hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
Some of the shit, you know what I said about the lean and all that, you know, all that shit was true. You hear that?
I don't remember.
And that was true. There was supposed to be a,
Objection, Your Honor, to the narration.
I sustain the objection.
and you said we did go on a whole other mission for these guys. You know what I mean? Hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
If you can. Thank you. Do you mind 219, about 40?
All right, so noted.
Thank you, sir.
Let you know everything that we're going
That's fine. That 219.
on with me or whatever. Love you. All right. So I'm getting charged when I go back to jail.
Nothing's happening today. I gotta go back there and talk to these jokers in the hospital. They still in the hospital. And I gotta get out here and find out what's up with Thug. Man, I'm gonna be straight up with you. You're the only one that pushed Thug in the car. I know who the fuck he was. Everybody think he's a woman. You clear that up for me.
They keep asking me who the fuck a female is, who the fuck a female. I'm like,
He look like, out of all y'all, he don't look like a little woman to me. If you know,
he got
on
this wig, like I'm like a last wig.
that's what I always
You know
shit
what?
up.
Now, this is, you heard just now, you being permitted to speak with your bride in Detective Quinn's Taurus vehicle from the homicide office in the city of Atlanta to the, while you're being transported back to Fulton County Jail. Is that what you heard?
I don't remember, sir.
And then when that call ended, you asked, so I'm getting charged when I go back to jail. Did you hear that?
I don't remember.
And you're talking about criminal charges. That's what you're concerned with, right?
I don't remember, sir.
And then you were told by Detective Quinn, nothing's happening today. Did you hear that?
I still don't recall the conversation I had with him, sir.
And then Detective Quinn said, I got to go down and talk to these jokers in the hospital. They still in the hospital. And I got to get out here and find out what's up with Thug, man. I'm going to be straight up with you. You're the only one that puts Thug in the car. You hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
Then it goes on and says, I didn't know who and it says FUC blank, he was. Everybody thinks he's a woman. You cleared that up for me. You see that? Or do you hear that? Excuse me.
I heard what you played. I still don't recall it, sir.
And then you say, like he asked me who the FUC blank of female, who the FUC of female. You remember saying that just now and hearing that rather?
I still don't remember, sir.
Then the question by Detective Quinn said, like, out of all y'all, he the only one that looked like a woman to me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Do you see that? Hear that?
Mischaracterization.
That's not a
And the
mischaracterization.
evidence is the best,
I'm
the
asking,
tape is, the recording is the best evidence, and mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'm asking him if that's what it was, Your Honor. It's in evidence.
Are you reading directly from the
Yes.
old objection?
Then you said he like a lace wig, like a lace wig. And then there was laughter.
I still don't recall, sir.
All right. If you can just continue. And
Once you get
it's 2/20/15.
your hair braided and they spray that black stuff on you, I ain't asking no hell of a nothing major, man. Y'all ought to cut me and Big Fred some slack, man. We ain't, that ain't our line. We ain't had
Well, see, the slack part is not my department. I turn it over to the DA
just saying.
because I can't make those decisions. I can't give any hope or benefit.
Me and Big Fred, we ought not even be a part of it.
Right.
That really, you know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, you understand, I can't give any hope of any kind of benefit. All I can do, turn over the truth. At this point, I believe you're like 99. I still think you knew those was the cops. That's just me. I believe you knew it was the police. You getting the fuck on. I ain't catching no new case. I got this. I got that. This. But you know, that's cool. That's just what I think.
But I would never gave my real name.
They would have known that, man. All they do is put your finger on the damn machine, man. That's all they do. They got it in the car.
I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Right.
I give my cousin name all the time. They don't know. I trust me.
If your name,
When I tell them Avery Carter, I'd have been at home by now.
Listen to me. We would have found out who you.
Stop. 2/21/24. Do you remember stating, or hearing just now, you stating to Detective Quinn, man, from me to you, I ain't asking for no hell of a nothing major, man, but you all ought to cut me and Big Fred some slack. That ain't our line of duty. We ain't nothing. You hear that?
I heard you play something, but I still don't remember, sir.
And that, tell the jurors, that was your entire purpose of meeting with Detective Quinn and speaking on these jail calls. True?
A standing objection.
Narration.
That was what you
Objection, Your Honor.
wanted to
Objection.
meet with Detective
A
Quinn
standing
for.
objection. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Okay. You met with Detective Quinn to get slack or a better deal. True?
No, sir, I don't got no deal, sir.
But on September 17, 2013, that was your
Your Honor, I
attempt,
object.
correct?
The witness answers the question question, and Mr. Steele has asked and answered it, and now it's trying to get a different answer.
I'll sustain the objection.
That's not true. The answer was, I didn't get a deal.
Okay,
That's
well,
not-
that's been asked and answered, so move on.
And you also had the agenda to
Objection
get
to the-
a
that's-
deal
that's-
for
that's
Fred
so sad.
Profit.
Not an
I
evidence.
sustain the objection, that's the point.
Why, tell the jurors why you asked for slack for yourself from Detective Quinn.
I still don't recall, sir.
What does slack mean to you on September 17, 2013, when asking the detective?
I still don't recall, sir.
Why did you ask Detective Quinn for slack for Fred Prothro?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
Why, what did slack mean to you when directed to Detective Quinn on behalf of Fred Prothro?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
Did you just hear, you said, I'm just saying, as far as me and Fred, Detective Quinn interrupted and said, I can't give any hope of benefit. And you said, me and Big Fred, we ought to not even be part of anything. Remember hearing that just now?
I don't recall, sir.
What was the point of you telling Detective Quinn that you and Big Fred should not be a part of anything?
I still don't recall, sir.
Did you just hear you explaining to Detective Quinn I would have never given my real name. Let me tell you something, man. I give my cousin's name all the time. They don't know. Trust me. Remember saying that? Hearing that just now.
I don't recall, sir.
Tell the jurors why you give your own cousin's name to the police when you get in trouble.
I don't recall, sir.
You ever think of what that does to your cousin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Would you agree with me that that's a very evil thing to do?
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
sustain the objection.
What were you saying when you heard your voice say, Avery Meadows, if I told them Avery Meadows, I would have been home by now? Explain that to the jury.
I don't even have a record with Avery Meadows' name on it.
Do you said earlier in this recording that you knew
Your Honor, I'm going to
Chief
object as to
Meadows.
relevance here.
he's with the City of Atlanta
Yeah,
Police
hold
on.
Department. It's on the recording.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
I don't recall, sir.
Can you help me with 222? Even is fine. 222 around there.
Where?
I'm saying, man, I ain't played with like a lot of little shit. You know, I wanted to put this stuff, what I had going on behind me. Like I told my wife on the phone, if you'd have heard, baby, I want to get all this shit behind me.
You said that?
It is what it
You
is.
said about a couple different things, you know, it's a simple lick.
Like I said,
It's a simple lick that went sideways.
A lot of shit that like a lot of little shit I tell them, I added on, exaggerated a little bit.
You were pretty. I mean, you know,
I exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say a little
but
bit.
you didn't exaggerate about driving that car, which is the most important part. And
22234.
All right, noted.
Did you hear just now when speaking about talking with your wife and others on jail calls a lot of shit I told them I added on, exaggerated a little bit. Do you hear that?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
And then Detective Quinn said, you were maybe a little, and then you laughed and said, I exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? Right?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
I want to go to, and if you don't mind, give it to Mr. Coco. Thank you. Can you help me? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to play, it's already in evidence, Mr. Williams number 205, starting at about 9 minutes.
You may, sir.
It's a jail call on September 12, 2013, morning hours between Mr. Bean and his wife. It's already in evidence.
You may, sir.
What did you say? Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is already in evidence, Mr. Williams number 205, and it should be at about the, I lost it, it's not on the screen anymore. Should be about, it's a 9:04, well, 9:01:40.
All right, son, noted.
Hello, this is a free call from.
We baby chill outside talk. We baby chill outside talking goddamn.
That thing up, man. They got us some money, man. Get us some money. Get us some money out of this shit, man. We need us some money.
But the detective came back though, man. The homicide detective kept coming back. He came, we were there one time, he came back again and
What?
they still trying to figure out what the fuck skateboard if niggas got there. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I said they trying to figure out where the white boys came from. The white boys told me they were down here. Down there with Adrian B. I don't know. They still trying to figure that shit out. I don't know. The detective called my phone last night, called that shit, tell that shit. They just trying to figure out who the fuck was driving. He said it's a bitch was driving. The bitch had on lace front wig. Who the fuck is this hoe? So goddamn, he can't find out who this hoe is, then he go in when he kept calling a broad. He was adamant. He was just so far. I put him on speaker so brother I was shopping with the homicide detective. He like shit. He said he trying to figure out who the fuck the broad who driving. They said it was a broad driving the car. Goddamn, she had a lace front wig and all type of shit. They trying to figure out who she is, because she the one that caused all this problem with this driving, and she could have killed somebody and all this old stuff there. If he can't find her, he don't really know how to put these charges on the 3 boys that they got in custody. As of right now, your husband, this Ainsley, they got no charges on him. We can't charge him for nothing. So he was a passenger.
Who that?
That what he said.
That he told you about me?
Yeah, he said as of right now, your husband, they got no charges, so he was a passenger. We tried to find out what the fuck happened.
The boys that come, they stick and call down them motherfuckers, tell them that they're what it was. Them niggas, the big kept quiet. They gave us a story to tell.
No, it stopped at 1:11. Oh, excuse me, that's wrong. 11:09:07. Sir, did you recognize that as a collect recorded jail call between you and your wife on September 12th, 2013 morning hours?
I still don't recall, sir.
And do you remember hearing just now you saying after your wife is explaining what police are saying, the homicide detective, you saying they gave us a story to tell?
I still don't recall, sir.
Do you remember explaining to me and investigator Martin on January 22, 2023, when I played that recording, which now memorialized as Mr. Williams number 205 for you in Mr. Martin, investigator Martin's vehicle, you explained that they gave us a story to tell was you knew the police wanted Jeffrey Williams involved.
I still don't recall, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo can play Mr. Williams exhibit number 197. It's already in evidence. It's from the Kroger on January 22, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Brian Steele. I'm giving out investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug. We're standing in Kroger. Look at the address. And it is approximately.
Are you familiar with this Kroger? Somewhere it's on Terra Road.
I'm
We
sorry.
go past the phone number part, so as not to
That's fine.
play it again.
Okay.
All right, y'all can just play it. I don't mind. Play it, motherfucker. Shit, it's already out there. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, Jerry. Play it.
06/20/1979.
And Mr. B, do we have permission to record this?
42 years old.
Do we have permission to record the conversation?
Sorry.
Okay. As you know, as I just said, I represent Mr. Williams, Mr. Jeffrey Williams on trial right now. Young Thug is performing name. Jim Martin Jr. and I work together. Jim Martin Jr. is an investigator, a licensed investigator. And I just want to go over what you told us previously and make sure this is accurate. If it's not accurate, all I want, like I told you before, is the truth. That's all I want. You were in I'm not saying you remember the date, but you were in a situation involving a good friend of yours, a very close person to you, named Dirty Red, with Mr. Walter Murphy and Mr. Fred Prethrow, and Walter Murphy is also known as DK. I mean, it's what you told me. Is that correct? Correct. And I'm telling you the date. I'm not saying you remember, but we're talking about it's the 11th day of September 2013. So September 11th.
Excuse me.
No, it's 2013. And there's a
Be allowed to be played, but he's already played the whole thing.
Yeah, it's
Your Honor, I'm going to be asking questions now that's oriented, and the
for his
district.
foundation, you played it already. He's already, it's been played for him. Been played for office. I'm standing the objection.
Okay, then I'll stop it each time and I'll ask questions. That's fine. Okay, it stopped at, I can't hear you. 2 minutes. Okay, Your Honor, it stopped at 2 minutes.
All right.
And it being Mr. Williams 197. Okay. You recognize you heard your voice on Mr. Williams number 197?
How you playing stuff, but I still don't recall, sir.
And it was asked whether you gave permission or knew that it was being recorded, right? Did you hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
And then it was oriented to You just heard me orienting you to the incident involving Mr. Murphy or DK, you, and Mr. Dotson or Dirty Red. Did you hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
All right. And did you hear me say, I'm not saying you remember the date, but the date, if it sounds right, was September 11, 2013. Did you hear that just now?
I still don't recall, sir.
Do you remember hearing you give your date of birth, June 2nd, 1979? Did you hear that? June 22nd, 1979.
I don't remember.
Did you hear me alerting of the date of Sunday, January 22nd, 2023 at the Kroger near your home? Did you hear that?
I heard you play something. I don't remember the conversation.
And then I'm not going to, we'll do the next chunk and then stop. Mr. Kokomo, you're at 2 minutes. Can you please continue?
And a car that careens into a side of a laundromat. You know what I'm talking about? I'm familiar with it. Okay. Now, you were never charged with that. Now, or you were never prosecuted for that case. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We didn't ever even go through the motions on that.
So, and what happened with your charge? It was,
The case was dismissed.
okay. That's, don't make
The
sure.
whole case was totally dismissed.
Okay. Now, I'm interested in Jeffrey Williams, young thug. Was he in, around, or participant, given direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about involving Dirty Red in September 11, 2013?
No, sir. Like I explained, when, all that occurred, everything took place, they was, trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie on the brother. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't with us, young thug was not in the car with us that day. I don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets. Or, I might was in confidence talking, said his name, but I ain't, implicating him and then saying that he was with us. You know what I'm saying?
And when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who was they?
Detectives and other, people that was inquiring. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, discuss the neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
I mean, the authorities or whatever, the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I played for you a recording a short while ago, and there's two. I promise you I'll email it to you, the second one, and I will. But the one I played for you has you.
Okay, that's at, stopped at 3:49:97. Okay. Did you just hear us talking about this incident of the car careening into the side of the laundromat?
I heard you saying play something. I don't remember, though.
And did you hear you explain that the case involving Mr. Dotson was totally dismissed?
I don't recall, sir.
And for you, the case involving the armed robbery or attempted armed robbery or the aggravated assault on Mr. Dotson was dismissed. You pled guilty under Alford to aggravated assault on the 3 police officers and fleeing and attempting to elude. True?
I don't remember.
And then I asked you, was Jeffrey Williams, performer known as Young Thug, involved in any way, directly or indirectly, with the events involving Mr. Dotson on September 11, 2013? And you said he was not involved in any way. Did you hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
And then you explained, you just heard that you explained that we qualified that, you qualified it as the detectives and police and I asked you the authorities, the police, the prosecutors, I just made it broad, that they forced Jeffrey Williams into it. Did you hear you say that?
Man, can I get a water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
Yes, you may. We can take a break soon. Hang in there.
You need a moment?
Keep the ball rolling.
Okay. Mr. Coco, if you could just show me where you stopped again, remind me. 349.97, Your Honor, play further right from there.
All right.
When your wife was speaking, and at some point around the 11-minute mark, you said they gave us a story to tell. Remember hearing that? Yes, sir. And can you tell us what that meant?
That it was really telling us to like, hey, put Doug in on this right here. You know what I mean? If you don't put him on that, you could be facing a lot of time and all type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
And who is they again? I know.
To this point,
Okay. And the other prosecutors and police.
it was just really just him. Like, it was just really him I had made death with.
Okay.
And there was a few more officers that were just around, you know what I'm saying? We was in the hospital.
You in the what?
I was in the hospital, you know what I mean? When shit happened. So it was like they pushed in and I was like, I don't know what's going on. So
Yeah,
as far as because accident.
Right.
And that stopped at 439.97. Did you hear? Did you hear that?
I don't remember.
And your response was that you were going to be in a lot of trouble, but the police wanted Jeffrey Williams in it. And that conversation occurred on September 11th, 2013 at the hospital.
When the witness does not recall, the jury has the recording, they can hear it, and I would object to Mr. Steele's narrated version.
I stand the question. He can't remember it, so.
Mr. Kokomo, where did we stop? It's 139.97. If you could continue.
In the car, they say we crashed. Yeah, collided over a police car and into the side of the building. Right. You were driving the car.
I was the driver. And he said, trying to say he was driving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
The police wanted you to say you. That's what you did.
Also, we're not in the vehicle with him.
Did he have anything to do with it?
Yeah, and then
And it stopped at 5:03:30, Your Honor. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember hearing just now that it was Detective Quinn? Did you hear that?
How you playing? I don't recall, sir.
Well, I was meeting with you in January
But I must
of
object to Mr.
2023.
Steele testifying.
I sustain the objection.
We were meeting on January 22, 2023 at the Kroger. You remember that?
I don't remember, sir.
And January 22, 2023 is approximately 9 years and 4 months from September 11th, 2013. Is that an accurate calendar?
No, sir.
Do you remember any other detectives' names or police officers' names or prosecutors' names? Anything from this event in September 2013? Besides Detective Quinn?
No, sir.
Objection as to the form, he does not even say that he recalls the
That's
text.
the standing question.
It's on the recording.
That's the standing question, Mr. Steele.
All right, and then did you hear you saying again, Jeffrey Williams had nothing, or whatever you call him, young thug, had nothing to do with this horrible incident? Did you hear that?
I heard, but I still don't recall, sir.
All right, let's continue, Mr. Kokomo. It's at 5:03:30, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Without that. Ain't no man, I'm 42 years old, can't no other man tell me what I know what to do. Can't no other man make no other man tell no other man what they need. Everybody wrong.
So why did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you get out of trouble? Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're also on another jail call, the one I'm going to send you.
That's the one I want to use. You know
I'm going to send it to you. But for what you say, the reason that you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you can tell us, that's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something in the story to tell you it's going to save everybody. Okay. All right. We're going to check the recording. It's what you told us the truth because it's all I've ever asked you for.
That's it.
All right. Did anyone promise anything, threaten you?
No, nobody promised me that.
And Jimmy and I have been stood. Investigator Martin and I have been straight with you always. Is that true?
Right.
And Investigator Charles Mills.
I've been working hard trying to catch up. I work hard too. I'm not just start working 2 jobs, so I'm a world working day and night. So appreciate you. Certified flagger, certified supervisor. You know what I mean? And I'm doing dishwasher at night. So you know what I mean? I'm real whoop. Be going in 23. You know, if there's anything that got something to do with court law or anything like that, I'm real whoop for that.
Just if it's going to come up, you did go to prison for 3 years, got 10 to do 3.
Right.
But I know what you explained, but just explain again what truly happened. I know you took a break.
I don't even know.
It's at 6:46:52. Stop. 62. Stop. Sir, did you hear on recording Mr. Williams number 197 discussion, and you explaining and agreeing that you included Jeffrey Williams in your crime to get out of trouble?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember me explaining that I wanted to play you another jail call and you were interested in hearing it, but I couldn't get it to play? Do you remember hearing that?
Covered that already, Mr. Steele. Let's move on to something else.
Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind, we're starting at 6:46:62, Your Honor.
When we went into court, me, Walsh Murphy, and I think one day we come to court and we said, case dismissed if the victim had killed himself or something like that. So I'm like you don't have a victim.
I'm talking about your other case.
Oh,
The one you went to, yeah.
but that has something to do with my children. I ain't got that.
But you're trying.
Stopped at 7:04:96. Did you just hear that the victim had killed himself before your case and Mr. Murphy's case was concluded in prosecution? Did you hear that?
I heard it, but I still don't remember the conversation, sir.
And the victim talking about is Mr. Derek Dotson, God forbid, killed himself, is what you said. And then
I don't recall, sir.
there was no case. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if we can go back, it's 7:04:98, Your Honor.
explain what happened. What happened with my kids was I had a Polaroid. We had a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old that was choking. And one of them punched in the stomach was my kid. And I went around there and held with the guy in the car by myself. And I got caught up in it, and I explained to the judge what happened, and the judge sentenced me to 10 people. And you caught up with the person that you jumped. Yeah, I shot both of the guys that, in the midst of it. And how old was they? The one was 28, and the other one was 31. They were jumping on the 10-year-old about their basketball, which was my kid. Right. So, everything that went on me, they had with me and my kids. You know what I'm saying? It had nothing to do with all that. And then, last thing, and I'm sorry that you went through that and your children. All right.
Your Honor, it stopped at 7:54:95. Do you hear explaining your other case? May I approach 1 second, Your Honor?
Your Honor, for the impeachment purposes, I'm going to object to the continued use of extrinsic details in an indictment. And I would ask that the defense not be allowed to use that document for that purpose.
So it's foundation.
Yes.
All right, so you have this, I'm not using for impeachment. Just for the record, Mr. Bean, if you need to see this, what you just said, let me just get to it.
Mr. Bean, did you hear you explaining a situation where you believe that your children were being assaulted and you shot 2 people? Did you hear that explanation?
I heard you playing something. I still don't recall, sir.
Okay. And that would be, and you've already looked at this, but if you need to see it, it's in evidence. That would be your guilty plea under Alford on about October 15th, 2015, where you was sentenced for 2 counts of aggravated assault for shooting, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, if you need to see it. But that's the case you're talking about, right?
I don't recall, sir.
And then the other case, and if I didn't say that's Mr. Williams, number 199. Then the other case that I was asking you about.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the continued use, improper use of a document, extraneous document for the purpose of impeachment. These are asked and answered.
Yeah, I'm sustaining objection, Mr. Stewart. They have been answered a few times already.
All right. Okay. I'm returning this then to the court. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could just refresh everyone's mind on where it is starting. 7:54:95, Your Honor.
YSL, are you ever part, if they're saying YSL's a criminal street gang, are you ever a part of a criminal street gang, YSL? No, sir. Whatever happened, and I understand it was dismissed, but on September 11, 2013, as far as you're concerned, that had nothing to do with criminal street gang activity, YSL? No, sir. Okay. No, sir. I ain't initiated that. Like I said, I don't got no tattoos, no nothing, no sign, nothing on my body. Nothing around me, period. Mr. B, is it okay? Working man. Is it okay if I turn the tape off unless Brian has another way? I just gotta announce the time. Okay, it is now 11:20 a.m. And we're gonna, the Kroger's will, it's in your name, right? The Kroger in your name. Here, January 22nd, 2023.
Your Honor, may I have a minute? Now, Mr. Bean, more recently to today, you were subpoenaed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to come testify. Is that accurate? Or the police or somebody with the authorities? Is that true?
I don't recall, sir.
And your wife was also subpoenaed. Is that accurate? And if it's not, just say, I don't know. Or,
I don't know, sir.
and you contacted me to say you've been subpoenaed. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And I told you, you need to come to court and tell the truth.
I think you contacted my lawyer and Ed Adams, and then Ed Adams tried to give me a call, but I didn't want to speak with you. I didn't even want to speak with nobody. I didn't want nobody to bother me, period.
You actually asked me if you could come to our office on a Friday. I said, if it's okay with your lawyer, and you didn't come. That was our last communications. True?
Let the truth be told. I told you straight up that I wasn't even coming to get on this stand and testify, period.
And I told you, you need to come to court and follow lawful procedure, right?
We ain't had no more conversations after that. I told you I wasn't coming. I even told Ms. Love I wasn't coming. I didn't want to do this. So.
Your Honor, I'm going to return these. They're not in order, but I was going to give them back to court, and I don't have any other questions. All right. Okay. May I approach? All right, any other cross? You got about a minute. All right, anybody else? Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bean. Great, Mr. Bean. You've heard a lot of questions on cross-examination regarding the interview that you said you don't recall from 2013. And from an interview with Brian Steele on January 22nd of 2023. Let me ask you this. Was Thug in the room with you when you made that recording that we heard with Detective Quinn?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with Thug while you spoke to a police detective?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Okay. So is it no, ma'am? Or is it that you don't?
No, ma'am, I ain't never been in a room with no detective.
Okay. And do you know who Yak Gotti is?
No, ma'am.
All right. So have you ever been in a room with anyone by the name of Diamante Kendrick while speaking to a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with a person by the name of Quay or Marquavius Huey while speaking with a police detective?
Your Honor, relevance?
Relevance? I'm overruled objection.
Have you ever been in a room with a person, Quay or Marquavius Huey, while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with Quay or Cormavius Nichols while speaking with the police detective?
I never been in a room with nobody, ma'am, with none of these guys.
All right. And so you say none of these guys. I got one more question, a couple more about that. Have you ever been in a room with Lil Rod or Redelius Ryan while speaking with the police detective?
No, ma'am.
What about SB or Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson? Have you ever been in a room with him while speaking with the police detective?
No, ma'am.
And when Brian Steele came up to talk to you, he told you he was Thug's lawyer. Is that right?
I don't remember, ma'am, the
Do
conversation.
you remember hearing yourself and him on that recording he played for you multiple times and him saying, I'm Young Thug's lawyer?
Yeah, I hear it, but I still don't remember.
And Mr. Steele asked you a lot about what you said to Brian Steele and his investigator. Let me ask you this. When they asked you for permission to record, what were they using to record your conversation?
Objection leading.
I overrule the objection.
What were they using to record your conversation?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether or not they started and stopped that recording while speaking to you?
Mr. Steele, you cannot comment. That is improper. Sir, sir, that is improper. That is improper. You're not examining this witness at this point in time. Sir, sir, please be quiet. Sit down. Sit down, sir. Do you have an objection, Mr.? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Mr. Beatty, you may answer the question.
I don't even know the question.
Do you remember whether Mr. Steele or his investigators started that recorder during the course of you all's conversation?
No, I can't recall that.
Do you remember saying that they did to anyone within the DA's office?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you ever tell anyone within the DA's office that they did?
I don't remember.
And when Mr. Steele asked you about being in front of your house in a car with his investigator, were you, Mr. Steele and his investigator, the only people present when you made or did the interview with Mr. Steele and his investigator?
I don't remember.
Was your son there?
No, I don't remember.
Did you tell anyone with the DA's office that your son was there?
I don't remember.
And while you were speaking with Mr. Steele and his investigator, did Mr. Steele tell you what to say when you came in here today?
Mr. Steele, you've got, I'm sorry. Mr. Steele, you cannot comment, okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection. All right. And I'm gonna overrule Mr. Steele's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna object as it seems facts that are not in evidence.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. Anybody else? Okay.
I don't remember, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that Mr. Steele told you what to say when you came to court?
I don't recall, man.
Do you recall your son noting, they're telling you what to say, just say it?
I don't recall, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that that occurred?
No, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that someone standing next to you told you to just go ahead and say what they're telling you to say?
No, man.
And do you remember what Mr. Steele asked you on cross? Do you remember explaining that they, meaning the detectives, tried to force Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug into it? Do you remember saying that? And you answered, I think that was something you said, right? Do you remember when that happened on cross-examination last week?
No, I don't remember. I've been asked 1,000,001 questions. I don't remember.
Fair enough. When you were asked and you played this recording by Mr. Steele during cross-examination, was it you or was it Mr. Steele who said, did you tell the police, it is on recording, that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Is that the reason? Was that you or Mr. Steele saying those words?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
All of those words
I'll
together.
sustain the objection. Just break it.
Was it you or Mr. Steele saying the words, it is on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that?
I don't remember.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, would you please pull up the interview between Mr. Steele and Mr. Bean at 5 minutes and 15 seconds, please? on Defense Exhibit 197, for the record.
At what time mark?
5 minutes and 15 seconds.
All right.
So why did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the...
Mr. Bean, is that your voice we're hearing right there?
I mean, y'all playing it, but I don't remember the conversation.
Do you know your voice when you hear it?
I'm hearing stuff, but I don't remember the conversation.
Well, I don't want you to remember the conversation. I'm asking you about the voice you just heard. Is that yours or Mr. Steele's?
Objection, answer.
I'm overruled the objection.
What part?
Would you please play at 5:15 again, please?
Did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this armed robbery, because the police told you to say that?
Is that your voice or is that Mr. Steele's?
That's not me.
That's not you.
No, ma'am.
Is that Mr. Steele's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't have no video recorder. None that y'all have that he got. I don't have none of that y'all done brought back from all these years, and I don't remember none of that.
Would you please continue to play?
So you get out of trouble. Is that the reason? Yeah. Okay. Now you're also on a...
All right. And was that voice that we just heard, so you would get out of trouble, is that the reason? Was that you or was that Mr. Steele?
That ain't my voice.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice?
We listening to it.
All right. Continue, please, Mr. Kokomo.
I'll call the one I'm going to send you. That's the one I want to do. I'm going to send it to you. But for what you say, the reason that you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you're going to tell us, that's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something in the story to tell you, you're just going to say it to everybody. Okay.
Was those words that we just heard the reason you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever you're going to tell us? Were those words spoken by you or Mr. Steele?
That ain't my words.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice then?
Mr. Steele was. I ain't talking.
All right. And when the speaker says, is that for the same reason? Is it just because the police gave you a story to tell and you were going to say it to everybody? Were those your words out of your mouth? Did you say that or did Mr. Steele say that?
I heard it.
Would you please rewind about 15 seconds?
Just gave you something in the story to tell you, you're just going to say it.
Whose voice is that? Yours or Mr. Steele?
Well, his voice, but I don't really recall the conversation that we
Fair
had.
enough, but that wasn't your voice?
That ain't my voice.
Okay. Now, you've heard the recording that Mr. Steele played for you. Do you know how many recordings Mr. Steele made of during his conversations?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he made more than one?
Objection as soon as facts not in evidence.
It's an open-ended question.
I'll rule the objection.
I don't remember.
And throughout the recording that we just heard, did you ever say all of those words that we just heard Mr. Steele say?
Objection, Your Honor, it's an ambiguous question.
That's the same question.
Throughout the recording that we just heard, did you tell the police it is on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Did you ever say that or something similar? Were those your words?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did that ever happen? Did you ever do something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, ambiguous question.
That's the
Did you ever put someone involved in a crime that wasn't involved to get yourself out of trouble?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Mr. Steele also asked you about the portion of the recording that he played when you were talking about, after Mr. Steele asked you the question. I played your recording a while ago. I promise I'll email you the second one. Did he ever, in that recording, indicate that he was trying to play for you a second one?
I don't remember the conversation, full conversation with Steve.
Ms. Love, before you pause another question, I think it might be appropriate to stop at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch? All right. I'm going to recess us until about 3:10, and then we'll come back and see where the afternoon leads us at that point, okay? All right. Mr. Bean, we'll see you at 3:10, okay?
3:10, y'all.
All right. All right. So you can. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us. We'll come back at 10 after 3 and see where that meeting goes at that point, okay? All right, we're in recess. Say again, I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey. What motion? I don't think we scheduled that for today, sir. I understand. Okay, that's fine. Just remind me. All right, we're in recess.
At the University of Arizona, we believe everyone is born with
Colorado's elections are coming, and election workers like me follow
All right, Deputy Ham, are all our jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What about our participants, sir?
Yes, sir. Everybody present.
Okay, Mr. Harvey? How about you come up a little bit to the, or at least if you want to use the microphone so I can hear you? Either one is fine, sir.
Is this, can you hear me now? Get Verizon, can you hear me now? No, Judge, I wanted to renew my motion for severance on behalf of Mr. Nichols for the continuing prejudicial spillover that has been ongoing, number one. Number two, that I believe has segued into personal attacks between opposing counsel, which I think has threatened a fair trial for Mr. Nichols. I think that the current cross-examination suggesting that counsel is putting facts before the jury that don't have any foundation, or to confuse them, or through an investigator that aren't exactly facts that are and can be established as prosecutorial misconduct. I'd refer to specifically, for example, with those examples, with regard to confusing the jury, with regard to someone's investigator, United States versus Rios, R-I-O-S, 611 Fed 2nd, 1335, at 1342. That's a 10th Circuit case from 1979. I am not talking about the quantum of proof. I am for the spillover effect, but the nature of the attacks on co-counsel and lack of any connection of any of this evidence for the last, how many days has Mr. Bean been on the stand? How many trial days? None of which has any specific connection to Mr. Nichols whatsoever. So based upon what I believe is now personal attacks between lawyers and nothing to do with Mr. Nichols, the spillover effect has now reached a point where I believe we are entitled to a severance and or my favorite and your favorite, the 105 instruction.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Love or Ms. Hilton?
It will be, Your Honor. Judge, this information, the evidence that is being presented through this witness is one of the overt acts listed in the indictment. It is a part of count 1 with which Mr. Harvey's client is charged in this indictment. I'm not certain when he speaks as to personal matters regarding attorneys. I'm not certain what it is that he refers to when he speaks of that, but there's nothing that I have asked that we do not have a good faith basis for asking. I have not made any personal attacks or innuendo regarding anyone. I've simply placed questions upon this witness for which I have a good faith basis for asking. And so I would ask that the court, based on the fact that this information is one of the overt acts that are alleged as a part of count 1, and based on the fact that Mr. Nichols is charged in count 1, we would ask that the court deny Mr. Harvey's motion for an instruction and deny his motion for a severance.
All right. Mr. Harvey, I'm going to use to include the case you just cited, as well as the other cases that have been offered for this particular proposition in the past. I'm going to deny your motion for severance at this point in time, and I'll deny your 105 request for an instruction. I'll give you a continuing objection, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, additionally, the state's next intent is to play a single jail call. It is a 15-minute call, and we have transcripts that I would like to use with the jury that I will pass a copy of to the defense and to the jury and to the court with the court's permission. And I would ask that the court give the jury an instruction that the transcript is not evidence and that only the audio that they hear is evidence.
Do you have the proposed instruction? Because
Yes,
you
Judge.
didn't tell me what,
I do actually.
because I would have brought it down,
I have a copy of it.
of the instruction.
Yes, it's
Okay.
actually a, yes,
All right,
I'll send it to the court.
just send it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Steele. First, since Mr. Sharp got up before you did, let me acknowledge him because he's always kind of, sensitive about that issue. So, okay, all right. So go ahead, sir.
So I object to the use of the transcript of the jury, for two reasons. First of all, at least to my knowledge, they haven't been shared with the defense. We have not compared the transcripts to the actual jail call, so I cannot speak to their accuracy, but I have my doubts. But additionally, Your Honor, the jury should not be relying on the words created or the words according to the state in evaluating this evidence. They should be listening with their own ears. They are all able to do that, and the state is wanting to hand over a document for them to read and then ask you to give them the instruction that they are to rely on their own ears. Let's just have them rely on their own ears. That makes the most sense to me. I don't see the point of the transcript, and I certainly would object to the use of the transcript that I do not know is an accurate representation of the
All right. Mr. Steele, do you wish to add on to that, or do you have another separate issue?
It's not the separate, it's similar. I would need probably 35 minutes to review the recording, I don't know which recording, and then the transcript, post-transcript.
Has this jail call been, has it been disclosed in discovery?
The jail call they had, and I believe that it's already been played as part of Mr. Steele's playing of the recording of the interview with Detective Quinn. And I just sent to the court, and I'll give to the counsel for defendants the transcript copy.
All right. How about if I just let if it's already been played as part of another exhibit, why don't I just let them hear the exhibit itself?
Your Honor, because I believe that the use of the transcript would be helpful to the jury because as the court has heard, the audio on the jail call is a little bit difficult. Here's the instruction. To discern if they hear something different, I would ask that the court simply instruct the jury that anything different that they hear, they should listen to and rely on the call itself and not the transcript. It is only to be used as an aid. And specifically, the requested instruction is the state is going to play a jail call, the actual audio that you hear with your ears is evidence. They are handing out a transcript that was taken down as a guide, but what you hear with your ears is the actual evidence in this matter. You can use that transcript as a guide to help you listen if you choose to do so.
Okay. All right, I've got one or two issues I can resolve. Had the defendants gotten a transcript prior to this, Ms. Lowe?
I don't think so, Your Honor, but
Okay.
I don't want to say with certainty.
That's the issue. And I got this jury in a box and I'm kind of, at this point in time, I like them. If you want to play the evidence, that's fine. Cause I think that you probably, if it's part and parcel of something that's already been admitted, we'll just listen to it. I think they're well within their rights as an ass to take a look at the transcript and listen to it. But we've almost burned the rest of the day. We'll burn the rest of the day doing that. And I am sure that you'd like to finish, Mr. Bean.
I would. So, Your Honor, we don't have to use the transcript. I'll just.
That's just the courts, because I would have to let them listen to at least, if you told me, hey, I gave them the transcript 3 days ago and they've had an opportunity to take a look at it, that'd be one thing. Okay.
I won't use the transcript with this witness.
All right. Any further objections, Mr. Sharder and Mr. Steele? All right. Okay. All right. Let's bring Mr. Bean in, please. All right, sir. All right, Deputy Ham, summon the jurors, please, sir. All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. B, you were asked on cross-examination about the interview with Detective Quinn in 2013. And during that time, could you hear? Sure. Mr. Bean, you were asked during cross-examination about the interview that was played between you and Detective Quinn from 2013. And during that recording, there was another recording of a jail call heard within it. You heard that jail call, right? On the recording.
I heard him play a lot of stuff, but I don't remember.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State Tender States Exhibit 175 Charlie Alpha as evidence.
All right, any objection to 175 Charlie Alpha?
And so that it is clear, it is a call from the Fulton County Jail that has been provided in discovery, and the file name is 10.93.03633015192607 Frank 2710260E as in echo.
Any objection or any further objection? All right, hearing none, states 175 Charlie Alpha is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Bean, I'm going to play a recording at this time.
accept this free call, press. Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. We thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
What up, man? So,
How you feeling?
man. Bunch of bullshit.
Oh, yeah, no, man. It's crazy.
Ain't nothing but the Lord. Everything else for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we out there both from the
Oh, yeah. I ain't do shit. Yo, what the neighbor say? Bro, in the high level.
No. I don't know that I got AJ and we came home. I'm sure the police came on in. They came on in about 8 o'clock. Yeah, they did. So we
Nah,
better
this
came
nigga
out
had
and
real quick, so I can tell him real quick.
go.
Bro,
I do this shit. I ain't know I know.
go to the contact. Look at your phone and hit contact. And then scroll down to the name and dial it. Oh shit. Hell shot Big Fred all in the back and shit. Shot goddamn DK all in the damn legs and shit. Goddamn 12 just went to shooting through the car. Hello? Hello? Sleep. Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I look inside you get a topic. So you got hold on. Hear me?
Don't click up till you pick up, all right? When you dial, don't let them answer the phone before you click back over.
I don't like using that shit, man. I ain't got time for this shit. We ain't know. Hold on.
Man, it's a free call. I'm downstairs. I ain't even made it around the corner yet. When I get where I'm going, I ain't gonna be able to make no three-way call.
You hear me?
What?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
What?
When I hear add how to use the phone, what I'm supposed to do?
What you mean?
When I press add call and mute the phone, it automatically mute my phone.
What you mean add call? You supposed to hit call.
Yeah, let's go to contact first. What's going on?
I've been there. So hit Brolo first.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody? You alright? Hell yeah, man. I just talked to him in the store, bro. What they talking about? Shit. Man, I know how that nigga, man. Them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy. Fuck you talking about, man. I seen that shit, man. Little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga. Yeah, he said it. For no reason, boy. He shooting for no reason, though. That's why they started shooting that dog. Man, that nigga just started busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, what? Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thor got there. We get out of the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have fought Thug ass. Oh, that's for a reason, though, man. They got to get the shit off his back anyway. For sure, bro. Yeah. Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man. No. Everything for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same thing. What they did? Sitting around goddamn last night, goddamn talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never goddamn do it like this. I never do this, man. Okay, no shit. They got you charged with, bro. Shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge, goddamn the aggravated assault. I ain't charged none of that shit today. I could have gave AC9 and been at home child, man. Yeah, that's what I thought you did. I know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out Rob, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life. For sure. That was something they called goddamn. I ain't see DK them pull out on that boy. All they knew was Red, that nigga Red was trying to rob y'all. Yeah, that's what they said, too. For sure. They just did let that nigga out there. Around, man. They just let that nigga go, bro. Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him. He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti. For Cleveland E, goddamn, up through the top of that, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartment, goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, but around me clean up. That was goddamn, that was thug, man. Big me out. Yeah.
I need you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man. You alright, though, ain't no, bro? Big ass out on the back of my head. That nigga escaped, bring the police back to the spot, bro. He did. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what up there trying to get the fucking car? Yeah, what they call him? Bring him to the person who you let the car to. Nah, he's not got now. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit. I'm supposed to call fucked up. Yeah. You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker. Fuck my nigga.
That shit,
Man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that bitch on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
Nah, he just show you get the police on.
Oh, shit, man. I was made to do.
That shit everywhere, man.
Hell.
Yeah.
Man, that's what get out, man. Yo, like I said, everything happens for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure.
I don't know if people do shit with niggas like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. No, that was no make sense, man. Like, I can't even think about this. All I've been thinking about all that, like, just told, babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real. Fuck, man, fuck over these niggas, man. You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You get okay.
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go and get it. I said the same thing.
Man, when you see it, you gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken shop right up by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them being, I turn around, I'm following them nigga. I follow them nigga all the way up there on some of them. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga done hopped out the car, man, when it just started busting. Wow. Well, got them bag, I turn around, bag up. Niggas by that time now trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run stealing through the goddamn gate, through Somerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man. I'm talking about, with the car sprint clean through the window, boy, down the light. Like it had went through my head, boy. I got my head, it came out my face, boy. Bullet come clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Big police shot.
12 shots. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga. I called 3 shots when I was with the go. And we were jumping them hills and shit. I was like, damn, boy. After beat the prayer, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head, shoot me, boy, because some nigga ran. That nigga told they got down Big Fred, got out the car, the police shot, they were still shooting. That nigga probably shot Big Cook. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap. My 22 at home, man, my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 off the cup holder, bro. You got that $150 off my cup holder. No, so they had $150 to go buy the lean. Nah, man. Well, no money in the cup holder, bro. Oh, my motherfucking money. Yeah, they say he had the money to go buy the lean. Nah, he ain't had nothing but $50, $40. He didn't have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. Well, he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck got them come off 100. I told him, hell no, and he got them go 50, you go 50. Nah, Buck told me to get your home with 50. No, they gave me that. I had a 50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $340. I got to let Babe come down here and goddamn go to Prosecutors and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a property release form or a waiver form so she can go down there and get a little $350. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they gonna be that. I don't think I just gotta do it, just try to make sure this lame don't even come to court with dad, goddamn, because they talking about the old man and that old boy. So, yeah, for sure, I'm gonna take care of that too, boy. I'm gonna talk to these folks. He calm, he cool with it. Yeah, we're gonna try to keep his ass out of there, though. I can't get nothing but some probation, man. I ain't got no probation, no record, no none of that shit, man. You know what I mean? I don't shoot, folks. Man, we trying to get your ass out, man. So you get a bun, man. I don't rob. I don't do none of that shit. So, you know what I mean? I don't have none of that shit on my rock. So, I'm good. Yeah, man. Let's stop in the club, man. Club ready, man. Who we? Mm-hmm. Oh, y'all live? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he came over and talked to me yesterday.
What did he say?
Shit. He ain't say shit.
He got today, whatever, goddamn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, cause, you know, he did say he did a little moment.
Man, just trying to think about what nigga done did and all that.
Yeah.
But I ain't did shit, so he know I got something going on. He got something getting, I got something going on. For sure, man. He like to take his money back.
Shit crazy, that money, mate.
Well, you got 1 minute.
Nah, I ain't saying shit, man.
You said it, man. What you want me to do about allow them in the car note in the rent, bro? Huh? What you want me to do about fill out with the car notes in the rent? Shit, that's what I was saying. I got these little $345. I'm just gonna pay that rent. Car note gonna be goddamn couple of more days. What do we got? How long we got on the car note? About 10 days? Yeah, bro. Huh? You want me to pay the rent first? Yeah, I gotta get that rent. That's what I'm working on this time, that rent. So what's up? I got that. Don't worry about it. We take care of that. I just need like $6. I got $345 downtown, man. They ain't for money. You know, I got the rest of the money you gave me in that Ziploc bag and shit. So I'm gonna get the rest of that money.
Your Honor, the recording has stopped. And, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, now, what is it you're gonna tell me?
Your Honor, and that was all that I was going to have for this witness. That's all that I have.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, do you have an examination? You got up, you didn't say anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, well, come on up.
Thank you. Mr. B, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. You have heard in court a recording played to you of Detective Quinn and yourself giving an interview on September 17th of 2013, correct? You've heard that in court.
Which one, Mr. Sharp? You need to identify it by.
Williams 175.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Heard a lot of stuff being played, sir.
Okay, but you heard a tape with you yourself and Detective Quinn speaking, correct?
Yeah, I heard it. I still don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you to recall the
words that were said. In that interview with Detective Quinn, you were wearing a navy blue jumpsuit issued by the Fulton County Jail, correct?
I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
Okay, Detective Quinn picked you up at the jail, correct?
I don't remember.
At the jail, you wear Fulton County issued navy blue jumpsuits, correct?
I think they give you some clothes to wear, but I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
And you wanted to get that navy blue jumpsuit off of your body, correct?
I don't remember.
You wanted out of jail, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, you've been asked who subpoenaed you to testify in court, and you've indicated that you don't remember, correct?
I don't know who subpoenaed me.
Do you really not know? Is that the truth? You really don't know?
I mean, state.
Okay, so, all right, so your understanding is the state subpoenaed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there, the state is the side that called you and told you when to come to court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state is the side that when you're done testifying, you've walked out with a representative of the state, correct?
I don't know what that means.
When you leave the
I hear
courtroom,
you saying something.
when you leave the courtroom with a young lady walking next to you, she works for the state, correct?
The officer?
Do not, sir?
The officers that's already in the courtroom, when I walk out of the courtroom, I'm going about my business.
Okay.
I don't got nobody with me.
Fair enough. When you were testifying on Friday, March 4th, you testified that someone threatened to lock you up if you didn't come to court.
I had answered that question though.
Okay, well, I want to ask you that question. I want to ask you a follow-up question. So, who threatened you?
I had answered that already. Then nobody threatened me. It's just a subpoena that went out like I answered that question.
So,
And
no.
if you don't answer to that subpoena, then I guess
So
whatever want will go out and then whatever.
So
However it work, I don't know how it work.
Okay, so your testimony today is no one has threatened.
Ain't one no threat. Ain't no threat. I swear that it was Mr. Steele that they would not answer the question when he asked.
So when you testified on March 4th that someone threatened you if you didn't come to court, that was a lie.
I told him the threats that was coming through from my phone by them putting my number out there to the public. And why was my number being exploited to the public, such as my face and everything else, like these folks over here on this side over here, you can't see them, but you can see me, and all my business get put out.
Trying to grow your brand using outdated tools?
Different than someone threatening you if you didn't come to
I
court.
cleared the threats up that same day,
Okay.
right there and now, through my testimony. And nobody threatened me to do nothing.
I want to talk to you about some other things that you've testified about over the last couple of weeks. On February 29th, when District Attorney Love was asking you questions, you answered that you can't remember any events that happened in the year of 2013. That was a lie, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You've testified that you cannot remember at all being arrested on September 11th, 2013. That is a lie.
If you say so.
Okay. You testified.
To Mr. Sharp testifying about what is and not
I'm
lies.
cross-examining.
Yeah, but you can't testify. You need to rephrase.
Okay. You've testified that you do not remember going to Grady Hospital on the evening of September 11th, 2013. That is not the truth, is it?
My testimony, I don't remember that from 2013, sir.
Okay. You testified yesterday that, how many times you been to jail?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the relevance regarding how many times.
You testified yesterday that you did not realize that jail calls are recorded. That was a lie, correct?
I don't recall.
In your testimony on March 1st to Mr. Steele, you testified that you could not remember meeting with Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013. That was a lie, correct?
I don't remember that in 2013.
You testified on March 4th to Mr. Steele that you could not remember the conversation that Mr. Steele or you and Mr. Steele had at the Kroger on January 22nd, 2023. Your testimony that you did not remember that meeting was a lie,
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object to this continued characterization of the witness's lying and using the lie. He is badgering the witness.
I'm not badgering the
As to
witness.
the form of the question.
I sustain this to form the question.
That was-
You are badgering him, so.
That was not the truth, was it?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. On February 29th, in response to a question from District Attorney Love, you indicated that you did not recall if you knew a man named Frederick Prothro or Big Fred. That was not the truth, was it?
I don't recall, sir.
When Mr. Steele asked you if you had ever been charged with a crime with Mr. Prothro before, you indicated that you had not. That was not the truth, was it, sir?
As to the one relevance, two, it's been asked and answered, and three badgering.
It goes to his credibility, Your Honor.
I
I'm
sustain
crossing
the
him.
objection. It's been asked and answered. Let's move on.
Okay. What your answer was that the truth or a lie?
Objection, same objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Are you disputing the authenticity of the indictment in evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question, and that is an improper
I
question.
sustain the question.
Mr. Bean, is the indictment in evidence that shows your name and Mr. Prothro's
Objection,
name?
Your Honor, that's been asked, answered, and it is.
Has not been asked. I haven't finished my. The state is standing
Wait a
behind.
second, let me just finish your question and I'll make a ruling at that point in time. Ask your entirety of the question.
The document in evidence, the indictment, with your name and Mr. Prothro's name on it as charged individuals, is that some sort of forged document?
Objection, Your Honor. He has no foundation.
I'm asking him a question.
It's not relevant, Your
It's
Honor.
not relevant. I'll sustain it.
His credibility is very relevant.
I
Your Honor.
sustain the objection. I'll move on.
All right. Let's go back to 2000, or let me ask you this. When Mr. Steele asked you what you meant when you said you were asking for some slack from Detective Quinn, you said you can't recall. That was a lie.
Objection, Your Honor, same thing.
It's
Badgering,
asked and
asked and
answered. I sustain the objection.
Let's go back to 2013, okay? I'm moving from 2024 to 2013, Mr. Bean. You would agree on September 11th of 2013 and in leading into the interview with Detective Quinn on September 17th of that same year, you found yourself involved and locked up behind this incident we've learned about over the last couple weeks, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. That incident that we've been speaking about over the last couple weeks involved an alleged armed robbery, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the driver of the car would have been the driver of an alleged armed robbery or of a car involved in the alleged armed robbery, correct?
Your Honor, I object to these questions. They've been asked and
I
answered.
sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I am not asking the same questions that anyone else has asked.
You have, Southern Substance, they have. been
Well-
asked and answered. Okay, so move along, something.
Okay. You were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have driven towards a police officer, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And you were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have drove through someone's yard, running over tricycles?
I'll allow it. I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead.
A lot of questions been asked, a lot of stuff been played. I don't recall.
Okay. And you're aware that this car that was driven allegedly nearly landed on some officers in the parking lot of the laundromat?
That's been asked and answered.
Now, I believe today you have acknowledged you do know someone named Frederick Prothro, correct?
No, sir.
Do you know someone named Big Fred?
Y'all will show me documents, paperwork, or whatever. I'm gonna call it.
Okay. You would agree that on the tapes that have been played, it indicates that a Big Fred had just been released from jail.
I don't recall. I agree to disagree to that.
Okay, and these tapes also indicated that Big Fred was a friend of yours.
I don't recall, sir.
Isn't it true that upon realizing that the driver of this car would be in big trouble, you made your good friend who had just been released from jail be the driver of that car when you first talked to the police? Isn't that true?
I'll stand as the form. You can break it down, Mr. Sharp.
You're not going to recall, are you?
Objection, badgering.
I stand the objection.
You also told your wife over the jail calls that Big Fred was driving this car. Isn't that true? You lied to your wife about this.
I don't recall, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. One that states mischaracterizes evidence. So
I'm overruled the objection, ma'am.
You also told your wife and your brother-in-law on the jail call that you were the victim of the armed robbery, that Derek Dotson was robbing you. Isn't that true?
objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm gonna overrule that objection.
Isn't that true?
What'd you say again?
You told your wife and your brother-in-law that Derek Dotson was trying to rob you, that you were the victim.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Back in 2013 and before that, beyond Big Fred and your wife, you would actually tell police when you got arrested that you were Avery, and I can't make out the last name, but
Improper impeachment. Objection.
I stand.
did you give your very own cousin's name when you were arrested, sir?
I stand the objection.
The truth is, sir, you've told lies. How old are you?
Objection, Your Honor. Badgering.
I stand the objection.
How old are you?
Your Honor, so I'd ask that that be stricken and
I
that
stand the objection, Mr. Sharp. Move along.
How old are you, sir?
that has been asked and answered.
Move along, sir. It's an improper question. You know it.
His age?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking how old he is.
All right, we'll see where this goes. How old are you, sir?
44.
As a 44-year-old, you've sat here in 2024 and you've told many lies in court over the past few weeks, haven't you?
I stand the question. Got anything else?
Yes, I do. As a 34-year-old, back in 2013, you told many lies about this incident, didn't you?
I don't recall, sir.
You've testified for 6 days, isn't that correct? Over the last 2.5 weeks.
I don't even remember how long I've been up here.
You have completely wasted the time of these
Hey,
juries.
Mr. Sharp, stop. I'm gonna stand the questions to form.
I have no further questions.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. Bean, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Bean, when the court tells you when to be back in court, you know when to come back to court, correct?
Yeah.
When the court asks you what day to come back to court and what time to come back to court, you know when to appear to court, correct?
Not all the time.
Okay. You know how to get to your,
Sometime I have to call somebody to see when I gotta go to court.
you know how to get to your home, correct?
I know how to get home.
You remember how to get to your house, right?
I know where I live at.
You remember how to get to the courthouse, right?
I know where the courthouse.
You remember what courtroom to come into, correct?
I was brought here.
You remember how to get to the witness stand, correct?
I walked.
So there's certain things you remember and then there are other things you don't remember, correct?
I mean, the stuff you just asked was simple.
That's simple.
Do I know how to get home? Do I know where the courtroom at? Do I know how to walk, get up on the stand?
Asking, do you recognize your voice on a tape recording? Would you consider that to be simple?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not your voice, hearing your voice is simple?
And out of 11 or 12 years ago, man, I can't tell you what done been documented, what done been accessed, what done been played with. I don't recall none of it.
So is your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of
I don't
this jury?
recall none of it.
So is your
Out of 10,
testimony?
11 years, I don't recall none of it.
So is your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your own voice when you hear it on a recording?
I don't recall, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, you don't know your voice whenever you hear it on a recording.
I hear y'all playing stuff, but I don't remember.
The truth is you remember what you want to remember, right?
So you say?
And you conveniently don't remember what you don't want to remember, correct?
So you say?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a question.
I mean, you're saying stuff.
You agree with
That's
me,
not
though?
what I said.
You agree with me, right?
I don't agree.
You don't disagree with me, correct?
I don't agree.
So what I'm saying is correct, right?
I don't even know what you're saying, really.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I stand objection. Anyone else? All right, may Mr. Bean be permanently temporarily excused as a witness? Mr. Bean, I'm going to permanently excuse you witness. That means you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Can I see the state and maybe a representative up here, please? So given that look, after hundreds of jury trials and thousands of proceedings, I think it might be a good stopping point for today. I don't see anybody severely like, oh no. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I didn't ask you, I'm asking them. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached a natural stopping point. We appreciate your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us, as I told you. We're gonna go ahead and recess for today. And let me just go ahead and take a look at tomorrow's calendar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, come for 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. So that's tomorrow, that's Wednesday, okay? Thursday, the 21st. We will have an administrative day, okay? That's Thursday, the 21st, okay? Friday, the 22nd, if I can have you all come for 12:30, and then we'll work from 1 to about 5 or thereabouts, okay? All right, that's the next couple, 3 days. All right, what are your questions of me, if any? I know there's always somebody. All right, yes, ma'am. What can I answer for you?
For the 20th, one of the jurors had a doctor's appointment.
I can't do anything about that at this point. It's the best I can do at this point. Remember, I told you all, make your appointments on the days I tell you that we're not going to be here in court.
You had already spoke to me about it.
No, I think we got a note from you. That's all I got. Miss Amana gave me a note, and I got it like yesterday.
You spoke to me about it. I want to say it was probably maybe a week or two ago, and you told us. But what time you said we gonna kill all this now? What time you said? 12:30. I'll make it happen.
12:30 tomorrow. That's because we're going to start at 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right.
All right. We're going to go to about 5. And then the 21st, we will not be here. We have administrative day. And the 22nd, I'll ask you to come at 12:30. And we'll start up at 1 and we'll go sometime in the afternoon. All right. That's this week. All right. Other than Madam, anybody else? You good? Madam, yes. I would not tell on yourself that way.
Can you please, diction on the recording is very, very hard.
Let me do this. Let me see if I can work on, if you like, I can maybe get you some headphones. I do believe, Ham, do we have a jack back there for hearing? No. It'll be on the side or it'll be on the back. It's a hearing assist jack.
I don't see one, Judge. I'll check before we leave out, but I don't think so.
I have one in another courtroom. What's that?
That's the what's the name, the rechargeable battery thing.
No. We have, no, we usually have them in most jury boxes. All right, but Madam, I'll work on it. I'll see what I can do. Okay. And I'll remind counsel that they need to speak. Is it just if they don't enunciate into the microphone? Yeah, that depends upon the quality of and other factors. And they now know that it's a little bit of an issue. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your ad nauseum admonitions. remember, don't discuss anything that you have heard or otherwise been presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You cannot start to recap the case or to handicap the case or to ask each other what you think about what you've heard thus far. Remember that I haven't given you any instructions on how you're to consider this case, and it will be a violation if you were to do so before I tell you to do so, okay? And if anybody should try and talk with you about this case in your presence or hearing, of course, you need to let myself, Deputy Ham, or I should say Sergeant Ingram, know immediately. Don't go by and visit any of the scenes that you may have heard about. Certainly don't listen to anything that you may have heard on any social media sites, any blogs, any posts. And please don't let anybody, you don't talk to anybody about what you have otherwise considered so far. And then, ladies and gentlemen, leave your notepads in the basket as you leave, and you can pick them up tomorrow morning. And then the last thing is, and I've told you all, I'll continue to tell you, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attentiveness during this particular process, and the attention and patience that you'll continue to give us throughout the consideration of this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else of me, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, what time? 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And we'll work on the sound. Okay? All right. Unless you have anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bid you good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right, all rise. Let's do, I'll get Aaron to do that. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Hey guys, have you decided what you'd like to order?
This is Sam.
The sound, just a couple of things. Make sure you speak in the microphones as much as you can. We've had a couple of inquiries about that. As for our juror that just asked me about that sound, we can probably accommodate her by a listening device that runs right into the sound system. So I'll ask our tech folks to go ahead and do that and see if we can't resolve that particular issue. All right, as for, you should have an envelope in front of you. It is marked confidential. It has some material inside that may be appropriate for the particular witness that we just examined and some of the issues thereof. It is marked confidential. You need to sign for the document that is inside the envelope. It will be sealed and made part of the record, but it is not in any way to be disclosed to any third parties. If you could finish when you sign the particular saying you received the document, please give those to Miss Love. All right. Okay. In terms of anything else, do you all have anything else with me?
Judge, we'd like to approach with a member of the defense at course.
All right. Anybody else have any other issue that they'd like to take up with me at this point in time?
Just what we discussed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I apologize. Okay. Can we have our witness come in to begin with? All right, retired Detective Quinn, you don't need to go any further. I'm going to be the guy. I'm not even going to let you get. I'm not going to let you even get that far. But sir, and we appreciate you coming with us. We just didn't get you today. Are you okay with coming back tomorrow for 12:30? But I just want to let you know that we would acknowledge you coming down here and making the effort, okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, all right? Yes, sir. All right, be well. Okay, was there anything else I need to take up with you all in terms of other than the bench conference, Ms. Love?
No, Your Honor, nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Does it need to be taken out? I mean, taken out so the rest of the folks can hear it?
No, it doesn't. I just need a member of the
Okay, all right. Mr. Shard, anything else? Mr. Botts, you stood up, anything? I'm just glad that your telephone is not ringing anymore. Your friends have helped you. I really appreciate that. All right. All right, and don't talk to Mr. Matthews about a flip phone, okay? Under no circumstances. All right, okay, all right. Folks, unless you have anything else, I will see you tomorrow at 12:30 for 1 o'clock start time. And then I'll speak to the folks in the at the bench. If you please turn in your listening devices. We'll be in recess until tomorrow. Christina.